回収形態のブレスの威力を弱めるには頭部の破壊が有効です。大砲やバリスタを利用して。 ごちそうさまでした。お疲れ様です。
いらっしゃい。ようこそ。
ごちそうさまでした。ようこそ。最終形態のブレスの威力を弱めるには頭部の破壊が有効です。大砲やバリスタを利用して。 したバリスタ使用可能です。
그런데요, 이게요, 이런 비슷한 사건이 또 있었답니다. 얼마 전에 경남에서 충격적인 사건이 발생했습니다. 이번엔 할머니와 10개월 된 손녀가 탔던 차였습니다. 할머니가 얼마나 놀라셨을까요?
어떤 손녀는 보시고 하고 그리고 이제 아이를부터 영상 보신 거예요.
창만 밀어내더니
네,
저기까지
막
간 거예요.
순간 화물차들이
간신히
피하고
피했어요.
그때도 그래도 다행세. 요즘 예, 60. 이 할머니 여성분의 주장에 따르면 차량이 급발진했다. 아니 내리사랑이라고 하잖아요. 손녀를 살리겠다는 마음으로 죽어라 하고 브레이크를 밟았지만 정말 브레이크가 돌덩이 같았다. 이렇게 얘기를 하고 계시고요. 실제로 할머니만 그렇게 얘기하시는 게 아니라 요 블랙박스 영상 본 전문가도 요때 딱 그 이제 처음 신호 바뀌고 출발할 때 굉음이라든가 운행 시간 이런 운행 상태를 보니까 이거 좀 급발진 의심된다 이렇게 얘기를 하고 있는데 현재 경찰이 이 사건에 대해서 이 영상에 대해서 국가수에 의뢰해서 수사를 계속하고 있다고 합니다.
예.
이라시아이.
ごちそうさまでした。
뒤부터 시작돼 무려 6년
는 차량 가 바뀌고 차량은 들이받을 피해가지고 할머니입니다. 도로가에 있는 표지판과 부딪혀 차량이 전복되고 나서야 할머니가 몰던 차량은 멈출 수 있었습니다.
차가 나를 때 제트기 같았어요. 제트기. 아무런 생각도 안 들고요.
하지만 다행히 할머니와 아이 둘 다 가벼운 부상만 입었습니다. 주장했습니다. 할머니는 구매한 지 한 달도 안 된 신차가 급발진을 일으켰다고 주장했습니다.
차가 경험을 하면서 붕 뜨면서 앞차를 쏙 갖다 집어버렸네. 그때 제가 브레이크를 못 밟겠어요. 브레이크를 아무리 밟아도 브레이크가 돌덩어리예요.
경찰은 블랙박스 등을 통해 정확한 사고 원인을 조사하겠다고 밝혔습니다.
입니다. 중앙 분리선이요. 덕에서
お疲れ様です。
お疲れ様です。
最終形態のブレスの威力を弱めるには頭部の破壊が有効です。大砲やバリスタを利用して。ダメージ。
단일된 상태인데요.
주변의 한 도로 운전자가 의식 사이렌을 울 차량을 자칫 반대 그 순간 일비 차량이 반대편 차선으로 달리지 못하게 소방차로 가로막은 겁니다.
차량에 의식 없는 환자가 있다는 걸 출동했는데요. 그 현장 움직이고 있어가지고 의식적으로 먼저 반응해.
의식을 잃은 게 아닌 음주운전을 하다가 차에서 잠이 든 상태였습니다. A씨는 당시 만취 상태였던 것으로 알려졌습니다. 해당 차량을 가로막은 소방차도 차량 파손은 거의 없는 것으로 알려졌습니다. 경찰은 도로교통법 위반 혐의로 A씨를 형사 입건해 조사하고 있습니다. 연합뉴스TV 서승택입니다.
다음 소식 보시죠. 미성년자 성착취물을 상습적으로 제작한 초등학교 교사입니다.
습니다. 범행은 A씨가 교사직을
ごちそうさまでした。
자, 반갑습니다. 테스톤입니다. 자, 오늘 뉴멘탈은요, 이 카사딘 평타를 좀 강화하는 뉴멘탈 해볼까 합니다. 오늘은 이런 감전에다가 군사 등등 이런 식으로 하는데 가장 핵심은 W 스킬에 평타 강화가 있죠. 그리고 여기에 더해가지고 마나문에 이런 템을 가가지고 지대로다가 해보도록 하겠습니다. 컨셉주 제다이 카사딘이거든요. 이거를 제가 시도를 안 해본 게 아닙니다. 지금껏 수없이 시도를 해왔지만 수년째 실패를 하는 제대로 된 적이 없는 그런 거거든요. 근데 이거에 조금 허술하면 약간 아쉬운 점이라면 W 스킬을 더 찍는다고 해서 평타 데미지가 세지진 않아요. 이 사용 효과는 세지거든요. 근데 찍는다고 해서 쿨타임 줄지도 않아. 그래서 W 스킬을 먼저 마스터하지 않겠습니다. 이걸 찍으면 그렇게 세지지가 않아. 내가 너무 약하거든요. 지금도 약하거든요. 그죠? 언제 봐봐. 굉장히 살벌해 진짜. 다행인 건 CS가 똑같은데 제가 물량을 하나 들어오면 다행인 게 아닌 거죠.
お待ちしてました。 最終形態のブレスの威力を弱めるには頭部の破壊が有効です。大砲やバリスタを利用してはっ
안 하면 될 겁니다. 이거 찍어도 하지가 않아가지고. 안 하고 그래서 힘도 써주고. 기가 막히잖아 지금. 그렇게 하지. 딜이 안 들어갔네 이게. 됐어. 어? 얘들아, 메모리 지워라. 제발. 아, 뭐 없나? 예? 튀어. 됐다. 어? 왜 이렇게 많아? 응, 데미지. 아! 안 죽네.
ごちそうさまでした。ごきげんよう。最終形態のブレスの威力を弱めるには頭部の破壊が有効です。大砲やバリスタを利用して。
말 한번 해놨고요. CS가 똑같다니까. 어? 나 혼자인 줄 알고 온 거야. 시야 발견. 와우, 뭐야? 훗! 나이스! 궁사 쌓아주고요. 좋습니다. 이속이 들여서 다음 템은 이제 신발 갈 건데 가보자. 와, 개 이쁘다 이거. 이거 럭스는 먹을 수 있나? 못 먹네요. 이러면 아마 스카너가 있는 것 같아요.
This is a new Porsche GT4 RS, and on paper has the potential to be Porsche's best driver's car. Now in this video we're going to find out if that's true and whether it's as tasty as my rather delicious instant noodle snack. Because first things first, right? Buy, sell, car, wow. Let's start this video by talking about the engine. So just like the normal GT4, the GT4 RS has a flat 6 4-litre naturally aspirated engine. However, it's a completely different engine. You see, the one in the GT4 is the engine from the 911 Turbo, but without the turbos fitted to it. The engine here is the same motorsport-derived engine you have in the 911 GT3 Cup cars and the GT3 Road car. The result is 500 horsepower, which is actually 10 horsepower less than you get in the 911 GT3. Reason being that in order to fit the engine to this 718, Porsche has to turn it around, and so it needs a longer exhaust, which reduces the power somewhat. However, you still have 80 horsepower more than you get with a normal GT4. Also, torque is up from 420 in the normal GT4 to 450 Newton meters here. The red line's higher as well. This thing revs to 9,000 RPM compared to the 8,000 RPM red line in the normal GT4. Still drives the rear wheels only, and you have a 7-speed dual clutch automatic gearbox with launch control, and you know what that means. Porsche says this car will do 0 to 60 in 3.4 seconds, but what is the reality? Well, I'm going to time it myself using my specialist timing gear up here. I'm going to launch it. Here we go. Oh, struggle with traction. 3.57. What's the quarter mile? 11.51 quarter mile. I reckon we can go quicker. Here we go, let's try again. That hooked up better. 3.30. Oh yes, that was better. And a quarter mile time of 11.26. Oh, that's impressive. Now, if you pause the video, we're actually going to put on screen some other times of similar comparable cars to see how they did. Obviously 0 to 60 and 70 quarter mile times aren't this car's main focus. It's more about the driving experience and the handling. And Porsche has gone to town on the GT4 RS's chassis. So they're starting with the 718 GT4 as the basis, but then have turned things up a notch or two. So you get uprated springs, so they're stiffer. Car also sits 10mm lower to the ground than a standard GT4, which incidentally is already 20mm lower to the ground than a standard 718 Cayman. Then you have uprated dampers, and of course they're adaptive as standard. You also have a slightly wider track at the front by 6mm and 8mm wider track at the back. There's increased camber as well. You've got hollow anti-roll bars and carbon fibre drop links, just like on the 911 GT3. Oh yes. Now let's find out what all those chassis upgrades mean when you're out on a twisty road. So one of the things that Porsche has tried to do with this car is differentiate it from the GT3 and the forthcoming GT3 RS, which are moving towards more track bias. So this is supposed to still function really well on the road as well as on the track. So let's try it. So this route I'm doing is just like a country road. So there's undulations, there's odd camber changes, there's bumps. I've got the suspension in its softest setting, which is still firm, but it does go over bumps pretty well because the damping's so good. The brakes as well, they don't feel grabby, these carbon ceramics. Oh, you can feel it just hook up, and the steering is just so nice. It's just keyed into the road. Love it. And you can feel the car moving about beneath you as you change direction, but it's all very predictable and manageable. Oh, and then there's a throttle response to that engine, and you've got all the revs, of course. I've got the gearbox in its sportiest setting, so real fast changes. And the stability control, I could see it just kick in a bit there to help me out, but I didn't notice it, apart from the light flickering on the dash. Oh my gosh, you can thrash this on a country road. It's so well set up for it, it really is. It isn't compromised on road. That's good news. The GT4 RS isn't only good to drive, it's also good to look at as well. There's some serious upgrades over the normal GT4. So Porsche fitted it with a carbon fibre bonnet. You've got these vents in the bonnet which actually feed air through ducts to cool the brakes. You've got an extended front splitter there with the GT4 RS badging on it, and it has these side blades on it as well to smooth airflow down the side of the car. There's also these vents in the front wings to relieve pressure from the wheel arches, reduce lift, and the wings themselves at the front are made out of carbon fibre, and they're specially sculpted to once again aid airflow down the side of the car. Speaking of which, there's an inlet on each side of the car here where you'd normally have the little quarter light, and that's a great location because it means that the air intake is right by your ear hole. More on that later. Moving to the wheels, 20-inch alloys as standard, and look, you've got centre locking nuts with the RS logo on. You can actually upgrade to magnesium wheels, and they'll save you 10 kilograms in unsprung mass, which is good. What's not good though is that they cost £10,000, which means you're paying £1,000 per kilo saved. Yeah, you wouldn't want to curb those, would you? No, that Fesson definitely doesn't think he'd like to curb those wheels. Anyhow, the biggest difference at the back isn't the GT4RS badging. Oh no, it is of course this massive carbon fibre spoiler which has that swan neck design. So it basically works like an upside down wing to improve downforce. In fact, the GT4RS has 25% more downforce than the standard GT4. All that aero is going to help give you more stability when you're going high speed on track. So I'm actually driving this car on more of a twisty circuit now. I'm not going to be going quick enough to really feel the benefit of that aero, but I've put the suspension in its firmest setting. Oh my God, this car, it just stays so flat through the bends, it really does. And as well, the balance with that mid-mounted engine, when you turn into a corner, you can really get the car rotating to help you turn in with less steering lock. It's so good. Brilliant on road, but also amazing on track, and you can really stretch the legs of this engine when you're on track, of course. Wow, this is so good. It does it all, track, road. Oh, love it. Here on the inside, the GT4 RS gets Alcantara on the dash as standard, on the gear selector, on the door inlays, and on the steering wheel. And the steering wheel is the same sport steering wheel that you get in the GT4. However, as standard, you get the little centre marker there on it as well. You've also got GT4 RS badging on the dials. You've got it on the sills as well. As standard, you get these lovely bucket sport seats, but if you don't want these, you can just have comfort seats as a no-cost option. Speaking of no-cost options, you can get a Club Sport pack, which includes the racing harnesses, a fire extinguisher, and a steel roll cage. Now, this particular car is fitted with a Visac pack, which includes lots of exposed carbon fibre here on the inside, exposed carbon fibre on the outside. So normally on the car, the carbon fibre will be covered up with paint, but here with the Visac, it is exposed. That costs more money to do that because you have to get the weaves all lined up. And as a result, the Visac pack costs £9,000. You do get Visac there on the headrest and little plaque there though, which is good. Yeah. Also, you need the Visac pack in order to have the magnesium wheels. You can't have them without the Visac pack. And you can get a titanium roll cage with the Visac pack instead of the standard steel one. Now, this does all add to the cost. So the starting price of the GT4RS is £108,000. But this one, with all the kit on it, is £131,000, which interestingly is the exact same price that the 911 GT3 starts at. So, This car though, it can do 196 miles an hour, which is 1 mile an hour less than the GT3. By comparison, the normal GT4 has a top speed of 188 miles an hour. Now what you're probably thinking now though, everyone complained about the GT4 for its long gearing. Surely this car's gearing must be even longer. Not so. Porsche's actually shortened the gears on this car, so the ratios are actually closer together, apparently. Okay, let's see exactly what difference this shorter gearing makes. So the GT4 will do 82 miles an hour in second gear. If you have the PDK, slightly less, it's 75 miles an hour. That's still quite a lot of miles an hour for second gear. Let's see what this GT4 RS does then. So I'm just going to wind it up, get to second. What will be the top speed? So the GT4 red line's at 8,000 RPM, so this is doing 65 miles an hour at the red line of the GT4. Obviously I've got an extra 1,000 revs to play with, so what is it at 9,000? 72 miles an hour, 73 on the limiter. Can you hear me? So, top speed in second gear is 2 miles an hour slower in the GT4 RS than the GT4, even though you've got an extra 1,000 RPM red line at 9,000 RPM. How's that for some car wow science? Well, I'm out here on this bowl, it's like a motorway environment. Let's see what this GT4 RS is like when you're having to drive on the motorway to say get to your favourite bit of road or to a racing circuit. What's it like to live with? So what I'm going to do is reset the trick computer now, and I'm going to drive for 2 miles, get the average economy at 70 miles an hour on the motorway, and while I drive for 2 miles, it's a good time for me to explain what this car is like for just cruising about in. So first of all, I'm going to turn off the exhaust valves, so shut those. Car's instantly noticeably more quiet, less drony, and then it's all right actually. There's a bit of tyre noise, not as bad as a 911 GT3 for tyre noise. The suspension, you can feel it a little bit bouncy because of the firm springs, but the damping's so good that it's not uncomfortable. And the seat position is lush, and I actually quite like these seats. I could do quite a fair distance in them. What will the economy be? It's going to be crippling when you're just cruising around in this car. So in 7th, at 70, I'm doing about 3,000 RPM. Hopefully it's not going to be too bad, the economy. Like, people who are buying this car like, Matt, we don't care about this, mate. We're buying it whatever.
A few moments later.
All right, I've done just over 2 miles, and now the average economy is 25 mpg. I will definitely take that.
As standard, the GT4 RS gets a stainless steel sports exhaust, but if you have the Visac pack, it gets automatically upgraded to this lovely titanium system. So let's have a listen to it. Go on, start the engine. Give it some revs. Okay, so we've got a bit of a soft limiter which stops you revving past 4,000 RPM when you're in park. However, if you put the car into drive, pull both panels up, it then lets you rev a little bit higher. So now rev it up. Oh, that's better. Then you can rev to 7,000 RPM, though that's still 2,000 revolutions off the actual red line because of rules.
The thing about this car isn't the noise it makes on the outside so much, because noise regs just affect everything these days. But there's no noise regulations inside the car. And because you've got a special air intake there right by your ear hole, oh, you can play this car like a musical instrument, especially with this PDK gearbox. It works so well. Listen to this. Oh, that is nuts. The best bit is the final 1,000 RPM. Just listen to the note change here when it goes from 8 through to 9. Listen to this. Do you know what? Buy this car just merely as a platform for that engine. It's worth the asking price alone, that engine. Oh.
That's enough having fun. It's time to get serious. You see, the front boot on the GT4 RS is only 125 litres, which is 25 litres less than the boot on the normal GT4. Reason being, these air ducts for the brakes take up space. But that's not the worst of it. It gets worse at the back. What won't wow you is the boot capacity here on the GT4 RS. It's only 136 litres. The normal GT4 has 270 litres. What's that all about? Anyway, that brings me on to 5 annoying things about this car. Even though the GT4 RS is brand new, the Cayman on which it's based has been around for a while now, which means you get Porsche's old infotainment system. And so while there's Apple CarPlay, there is no Android Auto. Though it doesn't really matter for me because look, that's pretty much the same size anyway, just stick that on. While this isn't technically a limited edition car, production will be limited. Porsche doesn't say by how many, but trust me, getting an allocation from your Porsche dealer will be quite tough unless you're willing to do them some favours. I know fabric door pulls are for reduced weight, they don't actually reduce weight much, and they are motorsport, but they're a bit of a fiddle to use, especially the way they only like extend from the back. You want them to extend both from the front and the back, then it feels more natural when you open the door. It's just a bit of a pain to use. This rear window is made out of lightweight glass, which is great, apart from the fact it doesn't have any heater elements in it, so it's going to be harder to be missed. You can't get this car with a manual gearbox at all. All GT4 RSs are automatic. However, it's not all bad, because that brings me on to 5 cool things about this car.
You see, with this PDK gearbox, you can actually clutch kick it like a manual. All you have to do is pull in both paddles, goes into neutral, build the revs, then release the paddles, and it'll clutch kick it sideways like that. It's so easy to do. The GT4 RS sits pretty low to the ground, and you might be worried about grounding out your front splitter on a speed hump and when you're going up a steep driveway. Don't worry though, you can get a nose lift option which will raise the front up. Fortunately, this car doesn't have it, so I've had to employ someone to travel with me in the car to lift the car up physically themselves when we reach an obstacle. Go on. Yeah, it's rubbish. You're fired. This new GT4 RS did a lap time of 7 minutes 9 seconds round the Nürburgring, which is 24 seconds quicker than the standard GT4. Oh no, what's coming now? Oh. Thanks to all the carbon fibre you get in this car as standard, it weighs 35 kilos less than a GT4, tipping the scales at 1,415 kilos, and that's without taking into account if you fit the carbon ceramic brakes and magnesium wheels, which will reduce the weight even further. The GT4 RS gets uprated brakes, so you have 408mm discs up front, gripped by 6 piston calipers, and at the back you've got 380mm discs, gripped by 4 piston calipers. And the discs themselves, they are dimpled rather than drilled, because apparently that's even better for cooling and cleaning your brake pads. These are the optional carbon ceramics, which are a £6,000 upgrade. So then you get 410mm discs up front, gripped by 6 piston calipers. At the back there's 390mm discs, gripped by 4 piston calipers. Okay, I'm going to do a brake test from 100 miles an hour and see how long it takes this car to stop. I'll also be measuring it from 70 miles an hour to 0 as well. So this car's in kilometres an hour, so about 160 kilometres an hour. I'll go over that though, so that it's recording the braking from 100. Okay, here we go. Full emergency stop now. Oh, right, let's see the distance. Distance from 100, 80 metres, and from 70 miles an hour, it's 39 metres. So then, what's my final verdict? Well, to tell you the truth, it's a bit rubbish. Then pretty soon you won't be able to get cars like this anymore, because everything's going electric. So if you get the opportunity to buy a GT4 RS, absolutely do it. You will not regret it. Right, you didn't think I was saying the car was rubbish, did you? It's awesome. Duh. This is a Mercedes-AMG F1 W13E Performance, and it's nothing like the best car in the world. Now, I might get into trouble for saying that, but oh well. I'll explain exactly what I mean a bit later on in this video, because I'm going to review this new racing car. I'm Matt Watson, and you're watching Formula One. Wow. Right, I think I better start off this video explaining exactly why this car is nothing like the best car in the world before Toto Wolff throws his headphones at me. You see, the best car in the world is last season's W12, you know, it won the Constructors' Championship, didn't it? This car is completely different. In fact, only 2 bits are really carried over from that car. It's just the steering wheel and something on the pedals. This is 98% new. It could eventually turn out to be the best car in the world, but we won't find out until the end of the season now, will we? The reason this car is so different than the previous seasons is because for 2022, the rule book is pretty much completely changed. In fact, it's twice as long. One of the changes centre around the wheels. In the past, they were 13 inches. Now, 18 inches. That means you've got lower profile tyres, which don't overheat so much, and they have less sidewalls, so they're a bit more precise. Bigger rims are good. However, Mercedes has decided to fit plastic wheel trims to the car. I wonder if that's got something to do with the fact that the budget for the year is slightly less, but more on that later. One of the rules that hasn't changed is the configuration of the engine. So it's still a 1.6 litre V6 turbo hybrid. Now it drives the rear wheels via an 8-speed sequential single clutch gearbox. Power output is 1,000 horsepower, which means this car should be able to do 0 to 60 in around 2.5 seconds, which is slightly slower than I've done in a Tesla Model S Plaid. So there you go, Lewis. I'm faster than you. Well, quicker. Now let's talk about aerodynamics, obviously a key
feature of a Formula One car. This front wing is all new. In the previous season, you were allowed 5 planes on the front wing. Now, you're only allowed 4 of them. However, what the rule book taketh away, it also giveth. Now, you can have winglets on the wheels, which weren't allowed before. Another major change to the aerodynamics is the rear wing. So on the previous season's car, it was square. That provided loads of downforce. Problem with that is that it actually kicked up loads of turbulent air behind it, which meant that if you're in the car behind, you couldn't make use of your car's aero. You lost a load of downforce, which made it very hard to overtake. So these new wings are designed to actually channel the air so it's less turbulent. So the car behind now can actually deploy and use its downforce. So there's going to be more overtaking. Obviously, they've had to redesign the DRS system. And I wonder what the gap's like here. Let me just have a check. Oops, I might just end up with a €50,000 fine for doing that. And unlike Max, I'm a motoring journalist, so I can't afford to pay that. So the rules have gone and removed quite a bit of downforce from the outside of the car, but what they've allowed is something that's been banned since the early 1980s, and that's for the manufacturers to use ground effect. And so now this car has this huge tunnel underneath it, so you can see these Venturi tunnels here. The air goes in there and it's accelerated underneath the car and exits at the back, and the air going through there is moving quicker than the air over the top of the car, and that basically creates lower pressure down here. The pressure of the air on the top pushes it down, and effectively what you've got is like an upside down airplane wing. It's crazy. Now look at this bit here. It looks like the carbon fibre has melted somewhat in the oven, but this has been specifically designed like that. Now Mercedes-AMG's engineers will not tell me exactly what that does and why, but it definitely does something. Another change for this year is the fuel. So last season, the fuel had about 6% ethanol content. This year, it has 10%. So it's effectively E10 fuel, just like you get on your petrol forecourt, although obviously it is slightly higher quality fuel with some extra bits added to it because, yeah, Formula One engine demands that kind of treatment. Now, you might be wondering what this E is for. It's an emergency sticker because you see that tab there? You pull that tab if there's a fire in the car and it'll actually set off a fire extinguisher throughout it and fill it full of foam and stuff like that. And the devil in me sort of just wants to pull it. Although if I do that, this car won't be able to race the first race in Bahrain. So, stop it, Matt, stop it. Now, Formula One fans have been complaining that the cars have been getting a little bit too big in recent years, and that makes it harder for them to overtake each other on tight street circuits such as Monaco. That's why this new version is actually slightly smaller than the previous model. However, it is still quite big. You see, this W13 still measures over 5 meters long. However, despite being ever so slightly shorter than the W12, it does have improved crash protection. So it's 15% better at absorbing energy in a crash from the rear and 48% better at the front, which is handy if your rival suddenly decides to brake check you. Anyway, as with road cars, increasing safety also increases the weight. And so this car is actually 43 kilograms heavier than the W12. That weighed in at 752 kilos, whereas this one is 795 kilos, though that's still half the weight of an AMG A45S. Finally, let's talk about cold hard cash. So the budget for this year's Formula One season is capped at $140 million, which is actually $5 million less than they had last year. And for that, they have to do everything. They have to design the car, build it, and test it. There are some things excluded from that number, though, and that's the marketing costs, travel costs, and the salaries of the 3 highest paid people on the team, which is a good job, because if they had to pay Lewis out of that budget, they really wouldn't have much left for a car at all. And they need to be able to build between 4 and 6 in a year, reason being that, some may be crashed, and also the car that you see here, which will be used in the first race, will actually be very different than the car that actually finishes the season in the 23rd race. And anyway, $140 million is actually pretty good value when you consider what you're getting, because the next Mercedes A-Class will actually cost over $1 billion to develop.
out of that budget, they really wouldn't have much left for. Hi everyone, Matt Watson here from CarWow. Welcome to my new daily driver. It's a Mercedes-AMG A45S, and in this video I'm going to tell you what I don't like about it, but of course also what I do like about it. One of the main things is this, like you can just do this, dead easy. It's nuts! Now more on that later, but before we get into the video, please make sure you subscribe to this channel and hit the bell icon to turn your notifications on. That way you will not miss a single upload. Anyway, let's get on with it. Let's start off by talking about the fact that I seem to be going the wrong way down the Mercedes alphabet. I was on G and now I've gone all the way back up to A. In fact, when the guy from Mercedes came to collect my G63 and replaced it with this, I was a little bit disappointed, but I've since fallen in love with this car. The G was lovely and a real special thing, but this is way more fun to drive and easier to navigate round town. Also, I've taken it away on a driving weekend, all through the Cotswolds, through the Peak District, through Wales, and I totally fell in love with this car. I was thrashing it down lanes, and I was with a group of people, and they had things like Ferraris and Porsches and stuff, and I was all over them, and very confident, loved it. Also, an important thing, my girlfriend loves it as well. Out of all my long-termers, which is your favourite?
This one.
Why?
Because it's small and it's fast.
You could be reviewing cars with such insights like that.
I think I'd be brilliant.
One of the great things about this A45S, from my point of view as a motoring journalist who likes to film a lot of drag races, is just how easy it is to engage launch control. So I'm in comfort mode now. I'll try and do it, left foot on the brake, floor the throttle. Nah, it's not having any of it. But all I have to do is just turn the dial into race. My left foot is still on the brake. Now I floor the throttle. Race start is ready. Though I'm not ready to go yet, so I just disengaged it. Actually, I am ready to go. Oh look, it just engages again. There is no faffing about with it. I love it for that. Now, I've got my specialist timing gear here, so I want to time the 0 to 60 and the standing quarter. To be fair, this track is a little bit damp, the tyres are cold, but A45S doesn't give a shit. It'll just launch whatever. So let's do it. Here we go. Race start engaged, one-handed, guys. Off we go. That's 3.65 seconds. Where's the standing quarter? Come on, I'm running out of space. Get to the standing quarter now. And we're on it. Oh, wow, 11.96 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. This particular version of the A45S is the Plus model. It costs about £6,000 extra over the normal car, and you get some upgrades such as forged 19-inch alloy wheels, which I like the look of. But the key thing for me is the extra styling stuff, so you get some more aero at the front. These little winglets are called canards, apparently, though that reminds me of the word for duck in French. More important is the wing on the back. I really think this car does need those extra aero elements. Some people have complained that they look a little bit aftermarket and stuck on, but I think they're talking absolute crap. Now, the Plus model also gets leather for the seats rather than fake leather. Also includes a sunroof. I like the sunroof. I always have it open, and there's some other bits and pieces you get with it as well. As part of the Plus package, you get adaptive dampers. It's the only way you can have them fitted to the car. You can't specify them separately, which is a little bit annoying because you do want them. They make a difference. Over bumps, you want the car in comfort mode. It's soft enough that it's not a pain to live with every day. In fact, I'm going to press this button here to put them into sport. Already going over the manhole covers, I can just feel it's a little bit too firm. If I'm in Sport Plus, then it's just way too firm. Most of the time, actually, when you're driving around in the UK, you're just going to have to be in comfort mode. I love the AMG steering wheel. So it looks good, but it's also really nice to hold, especially the Alcantara effect here. Handy, it's got a dead ahead stripe as well, so you know which way the wheel's pointing. I like the stitching. Best bit is this though, the drive select switch. You can just quickly rotate it to change your driving mode without having to look down anywhere. I always run the car either in comfort, if I'm just cruising around, full auto mode, or I'll put into individual, because I've set it up exactly as I want it. You can change the drive system between these different settings. I go for dynamic, which is the most responsive. The transmission, obviously I'm going to put it into manual if I want to have some fun. Dynamics, so that's to do with the rear differential, how much power it will send to the rear wheels and how aggressive it is. I tend to have it on advanced because Pro and Master are a little bit too aggressive on the road. It can really get the car rotating a little bit more than I'd like, unless I'm on track. Then I go full Master, of course. And then suspension in comfort, just because the British roads are so bad. You don't want it skipping around without actually getting any grip. And then the last thing is exhaust system, which of course isn't powerful. Now, if you want to change those on the fly, you can then use these buttons here. Just toggle between those different settings. Brilliant. This little A45S, it's just so much fun to drive. It really, really is. It's absolutely brilliant. Now, it doesn't quite have the same level of involvement and tactility as something like a Cayman S or a BMW M2 CS. It's not going to have, is it? It's a front-wheel drive based four-wheel drive car. But still, the steering, it's lovely. The brakes, they're sharp. They're also lovely. The chassis is lovely. You do feel a lot through it. It really is very good. You can see how much grip you've got. It's involving for a hot hatch. And obviously being four-wheel drive, it's super easy to even drive it quick on a day like today. I think you can drive a car like this quicker than a BMW M2 or a Cayman S. You absolutely can. Most normal people will be quicker in this. I love the fact that while this drives like a sports car, it's still just a normal practical hatchback. You can actually fit 6 of those small suitcases for carry-on luggage on an airplane in the boot of this car. I actually use it for transporting my big boy toys. Look, if you can't afford a full-size Jeep, just get a toy one like that. Whoop. Almost. One of the best things about this car is that it has a real clever rear differential. So the four-wheel drive system can send 50% of the power to the back wheels, but then that rear diff can send 100% of that 50% to either wheel, so it can overspeed an outside rear wheel, which really does help drive it through corners. You also get a drift mode. So if I pull up on both paddles, you have to have the car in race mode actually. Now if I pull up on both paddles, drift mode currently unavailable. What's that? Okay. If I put the car into manual mode and I pull up on both paddles, drift mode currently unavailable. If I turn the stability control all the way off and now pull up on both paddles, drift mode is available, confirmed by pulling up. Let's do it. Let's get in gear. God, I'm hopeless at this, aren't I? Oh, understay there. And you can just get it going round like that. Oh. Let's go the other way. Now this is actually quite good when you're just driving on the road, because that sensation of the car coming around and driving you from the outer rear wheel is just lovely. And of course it's quite a bit of fun when you're just on a skid pad. Yeah, all good fun. Unless your tyres, then it's horrible. One of the things I really love about the car is the interior design. So the A-Class is just way ahead of an A3, a 1 Series, a Golf, or whatever else you want to compare it to in its class. Part of the reason is this screen setup. And with the A45, you get the full-size screens as standard, and they just look glorious. I also like the way that you get like the yellow contrasting and stuff like that here and on the seats, which is really, really nice. It feels posh, it feels expensive. There are a few bits which are a touch on the cheap side there, like the door handles, a bit plasticky in the way this moves, but really that's about it. Most of it is really top notch, very cool. And being a Mercedes, you have the gear selector here on the steering column. I can't express how much I like that feature. It's just so easy when you're manoeuvring, and having the seat controls up here rather than having to faff around feeling for them down here and getting your hand all trapped and stuff. Really like the interior, very easy to live with and super cool to look at. I've got to give a special mention to the seats. They are absolutely wonderful. They're really comfy over long distances. I've spent hours in these seats. No backache at all. Yet they grip you perfectly. You can actually alter how much they grip you by pressing a button, squeezing in the side bolsters, and then you can just get them to fit your body. It's almost like you're tailoring the seat to yourself. They also have something called seat kinematics. So at the press of a button, you can make the seat move around ever so slightly. And what that does is keep your body moving just by the smallest amount. You don't really notice it, but it means that you don't get stiff by sitting in one place. It's very clever and it works. I really like interior ambient lighting on cars, and this A45S has 64 different colours for you to choose from. Oh, I'm going to settle with green. I think it just works really nicely with the yellow stitching and the yellow exterior paint. And actually the yellow and green colour combination actually matches that in the lounge in my flat. Another nice feature is this: whenever you turn up the temperature, even though you have like green in the gauges now because that's my chosen colour, if I turn up the temperature it goes red, and if I make it colder it glows blue, and then eventually it will go back to the green. It's cool. One of my biggest problems with this car is the price. It starts from just under £51,000. This one with a plus package is almost £57,000, which is nuts. It's just so much to pay for a hot hatch. Similar money to a Porsche Cayman S. Though to be fair, this does have 70 more horsepower than the Porsche, and I think its engine is a lot nicer. Biggest problem though is the CLA 45S. That's only £2,000 more, and I think if you're paying that kind of money, you feel like you've got a more grown-up car than a hot hatch, so I'd probably go for that. I do get rather annoyed with constantly having to stop to fill up this car with fuel. You see, the tank is only 51 litres, which is all right for a normal A-class, but yeah, with something that's as thirsty as this, you want it to be slightly larger. So I'm averaging 25 miles per gallon with this thing. On a run, I can probably do about 28 and get it up to 30 if I'm just cruising on the motorway. But then when you want to have some fun, this thing will just drink fuel like crazy. One of the things about the G-Wagon, I didn't have to fill it up so much, but when I did, I'd be there for ages because its tank was so huge. This one, I just wish I could put more fuel in it in one go. One of the things that I personally find annoying about this car, which you probably won't, and it's just because I'm a motoring journalist, it's that when I'm presenting to camera and I'm saying the word Mercedes, what would you like to do? Then the car just interrupts my piece to camera and then I have to record it again. It's really frustrating. Cancel, cancel. It also made me realise that I often talk to myself. You see, the other day I was just driving along and I was thinking about a video I was going to do on this A45, and then the system just piped up. It was like, how can I help you? Reason being, I was obviously thinking the word Mercedes, but actually... How may I help you? I was also saying it. What can I do for you? So there you go. I just talked to myself. Could you repeat your input, please? I feel like I'm talking to myself now, by the way, love. Go on, bugger off. You'd expect that AMG would put real exhaust tips on their A45S, but no, they couldn't resist the temptation to do some fakery. They look real because they do actually have holes in them, but that doesn't really lead to the exhaust pipe. There is an exhaust pipe behind there, but there's only one. If you look in, you'll see exactly what I mean. These are just for show. They look nice, but they ain't fooling the car won't stick of truth. One of my biggest disappointments with this car was when I realised that it didn't have automatic cruise control. You see, I reviewed the car in Germany on its initial launch and it had it. It's really good. It does that thing where it'll brake and accelerate to keep you a safe distance from the car in front and steer to keep you in lane. The G63 that I had would do the keeping you a safe distance from the car in front, but not the steering in lane part, which is a bit annoying. You need the whole thing working. I was looking forward to getting this because it meant that if I'd be working late on a shoot up north, I'd just engage that cruise control system and it'll see me safely home without me having to do too much. So I was gutted when I discovered that you can't get that system on the A45S in the UK, not even as an option. All you get is that normal cruise control, the old-fashioned one, which is absolutely useless unless you do all your driving at 3 AM in the morning when there's no other cars about. I really like the driving position in this car. However, I'm the kind of person that likes to have his steering wheel quite low, and with it in the lowest position, which is where I really want it, the top of the steering wheel just covers the very top part of the digital display where you have your shift up lights. So I have to have the steering wheel a bit higher. And look now, you can see the top part with the speedo and the shift up lights. Those are really handy actually. There is something else about the display which is a bit annoying for me. You see, the best display
you'd think would be the Super Sport display. But I have to have it on Sport because this is what the Super Sport display looks like. That. What on earth is that for a dial design for Super Sport? The one in the G63 was really cool. You just had like this central rev counter with a speedo in it for Super Sport. Why didn't they just copy that and put it on this? I have to say, for a performance car, the exhaust note is not great. To onlookers, people on the outside, it just sounds like they're being passed by a slightly angry vacuum cleaner. The noise inside is a bit better. It's as though they enhance it in the cabin, because then you can hear the pops and bangs a bit more and the farty sound on the upshift. And you get the turbo whistle a bit, but really, I wish it sounded better. I'm blaming petrol particulate filters for that. They just have muted the noise of modern cars. It's a shame. Perhaps the most annoying thing for me about this car, if you want to connect your phone via Android Auto or Apple CarPlay, then there is only one place to plug it in. It's just down here. I don't mind that it's USB-C only because I have the new Samsung Galaxy S20 Ultra, so that has a USB-C, USB-C cable. It's good. Look, starting Android Auto. Thing is, I can't put the phone in there like that because it pushes against that cable and it keeps on disconnecting then, and it won't quite fit in there because this is a big phone. There ain't no room for it, so I have to put it in the cup holder like that, and that's just not an ideal solution, is it really? There are a couple of USB inputs there, but they're just for charging. They won't actually run Android Auto if you plug it in there, because ideally that's what you'd want to do. You have your phone out of sight, locked away and plugged in there, and then you just operate it through the screen. Why did you do it that way round, Mercedes? One last thing is that I'm not sure that if I was buying this car, I would go for this colour. I do like it, but if it's my own money, I'd play it safe and go for the matte grey because it looks super cool in that scheme. Also, this yellow seems to attract the insects quite a lot. I've been filming this car in summer and it just draws wasps to it. I think it's the fact that it's black and yellow, just like them, so they see an affinity for it and they just want to go and hang out with it, which is really annoying. In fact, I've nicknamed this car the German Wasp on account of the fact that it looks like one and it's definitely got a sting in its tail. Now, what do you think about this car? Let me know in the comments below, and also come up with some ideas of some videos you'd like me to do with it. I'll be reading through your comments and I'll see if I can make them happen. This is the new Mercedes-AMG A45, and I want to know how it compares to the old A45, and if you got one of these, whether you should sell it immediately and get one of these new ones instead. And to do that, I'm going to compare their performance. Power, come on! Test their brakes. See what they're like to drive. Yeah, mum. Critique their designs. Starting to look a bit old-fashioned, isn't it? Inspect their cabins. Hello, I'm the new A45. And of course, poke them with a stick. And I scratched it. Now, before we get into that, make sure you're subscribed to this channel and hit that bell icon to turn your notifications on so you're alerted when we make a new upload so you don't miss any of our videos. And the more people that subscribe, the better videos we can do. The heart of this new Mercedes-AMG A45 is, of course, its 2-litre 4-cylinder turbocharged engine. In the normal car, it has 387 horsepower and 480 Nm of torque. But in this S version, which is the one you want, it has 500 Nm of torque and 421 horsepower. Oh yeah. And of course, it's hand-built in Alphalterbach, in this case by a man called Mr. Giuseppe. This is not an Abarth, is it? It is Mercedes. This old A45 also has a 2-litre turbocharged 4-cylinder petrol engine, only it has 381 horsepower and 475 Nm of torque. Now let's compare how these cars sound, starting with the old A45. Now, let's listen to the new car.
Which do you think sounds the best? Click up there on the pop-out banner to let me know. Personally, I actually think the old car sounds better. There is something special about this new A45. The S version has a rear limited slip differential, so the four-wheel drive system can send 50% of the engine's power to the back, and then that differential can then send 100% of that available power to either of the rear wheels, and it can actually juggle the amount of power to improve cornering, and it can overspeed the outer wheel to get the car turning in faster, and it can even make it drift. To put the car into drift mode, you put the drive select into race. You then press and hold the stability control button to turn the stability off. You then put the gearbox into manual mode, and then you pull up both paddles, confirm that you want to go into drift mode by pressing the up button. Drift mode is active. Let's do it. It definitely drifts. So one of the main differences about this system compared to a rear-wheel drive car is that you actually turn more into the corner to make it skid, because then it sends power to the outside rear wheel and it sends you more sideways. An AMG should always be able to go sideways. Yeah, mum. Drift King. Okay, so this old A45 may not have drift mode, but it does have launch control through its 7-speed dual clutch automatic gearbox. To engage it, I just have to put the car into manual for the gearbox. I then put the ESP stability control into sport. I pull up on both paddles. There we go, it asks me if I want race start, confirm, yes I do. And now, we're good to go. Oh, it feels quick there. Come on. And that's the 60 mile an hour. It did 0 to 60 in 4.8 seconds. So now I'm in the new A45, and it has an 8-speed dual clutch automatic gearbox with launch control. I want you to click up there on the pop-out banner to see if you can guess the time difference, if any, between this new car and the old car. Now to launch it's quite easy. So I just put the car into Sport Plus or race mode. There's no faffing around with the paddles and disclaimers by clicking up. You just left foot on the brake, floor the throttle and go. That feels more aggressive. My gosh, that is noticeably quicker. So much so, so much so, I have lost the ability to speak. According to my arse, that was a lot quicker. What do the numbers say? Bloomin' heck. This car did 0 to 60 in 3.9 seconds. Almost a whole second quicker than the old A45. Now I know what you're thinking. Matt, wouldn't it be nice if you had an RS3 to compare it against? See how quick that is? Well, it just so happens. Okay, so I'm back in the UK in a new Audi RS3 and I'm going to launch it. So to do that, I put it into dynamic mode. I press and hold the stability control button to turn it off for maximum traction. Put the gearbox into drive, make sure it's in sport, left foot on the brake, floor the throttle. Oh yeah, here we go. It's not quite as fast off the line as the Mercedes, but then it really flies. And that is a 60, no problem at all. And it did 0 to 60 in 4.2 seconds. So not quite as quick as the new A45. Speaking of which, let's go back to the video to continue the comparison with the old A45. What I'm going to do now is compare the car's performance when you're driving along. So the idea is that you're in sports mode, the gearbox is in sport, but it's in automatic, cruising along at 80 kilometers an hour, which is about 50 miles an hour. I'm going to count it in and we're going to floor the throttles and see how the gearboxes react and how well the engines pull. 3, 2, 1, go! Kicked down pretty well. And now I'm just dropping him. I can see him Not too far away, but that is enough of that. You can see that this car kicked down really nicely and the engine is strong, it builds really well. And you can see the difference. Yeah, got a nice lead there. Having a fast car is all well and good, but you need them to be able to stop well if you're not going to end up dead. So both these cars have 330mm discs at the back, 350mm at the front, but the difference is that while this car has 4 piston calipers at the front, this one has 6 piston calipers. However, this car weighs 1,635 kilos, whereas this one is 1,555. So this new car is a whole man heavier than that one. So how will that play out? I've got my specialist timing gear again, and I'm going to accelerate up to 50 miles an hour, then do a full emergency stop to see how long it takes each car to stop from 50. So let's start with the old AMG. Here we go. That stopped from 50 in 27.1 meters. I've now switched into the new A45 and I'm going to repeat the test, but before I do, click on the pop-out banner up there to vote what you think will happen. Will this car brake in a shorter distance than the old one? Okay, let's find out. It stopped from 50 miles an hour in 26 meters, so 1 meter shorter. Now we need to broach the vulgar subject of money. So back in the day, this old A45 was £42,000. In the UK, we only get the A45S, and that's going to be about £50,000. Let's talk about these cars' designs. So the new A-Class is a beautiful car, but this AMG version just takes it up a notch. So you've got a proper AMG grille like you don't get on the lesser A35, deep front splitter as well. It looks really aggressive. Down the side, the S version comes as standard with 19-inch alloy wheels. Of course, it's lower to the ground than the normal A-Class. You've got stiffer suspension as well for improved road holding. It's also got slightly wider front track as well for improved grip. Here at the back, you have a roof spoiler, and if that's not big enough for you, you can get an aerodynamic package, which includes a bigger spoiler, much more noticeable. I like that. What I'm not so keen on is this. Look, we have some fake ventage there, which is unnecessary, but the thing that really offends me is this, look. So you think you've got quad exhaust pipes, but if you look in there, there's only actually one exhaust. This is all just fake. Have I scratched it? It deserved it. In fairness to the new A45, it looks like it copied the fakery from the old car, as I'll demonstrate now with the car stick of truth again. Look, it's got that silly exhaust thing going on, 2 pipes there, but actually there's just one deep inside, and this vent is fake as well. Now the rest of the design, the old A-Class, let's be honest, it was a smart looking car, but it just doesn't look as sleek. Also, I do really like the new AMG grille. Didn't at first, I preferred the traditional one, but when you look at it now, it's starting to look a bit old-fashioned, isn't it? The interior has aged even worse. I mean, look at it. I remember actually quite liking it back in the day, but now I don't know what was wrong with me. Look at all these buttons here and the infotainment system. Look at that and all that bezel. It's an absolute joke. The only thing I do like are classy analog dials for that retro effect. Truth be told though, digital dials are way more useful because you can just show so much more stuff. And this being the AMG has bespoke AMG dials, lovely, eh? And then you've got this wonderful infotainment system which just makes the one in the old car feel so archaic. So does the whole interior design. It's super cool. Quality is way better. For instance, the seats, they are just awesome, and things just feel nicer to touch, apart from one, and that's the gear selector. The one in the old car is kind of solid, but it's not actually as useful because it's down here, and it's just much easier to use this one up here because it's only a steering column. This is such an improvement. For a small sporty car, it's actually all right in the back. As you can see, I've got a decent amount of room. I like the fact that it's brightened up by this yellow stitching, but my favourite thing is this. Look, you've got a sort of smiley face there. You can make talk. Hello, I'm the new A45. I am a fun car to drive. Let's move on to the boot. So, it has a nice square usable shape, and it has 370 litres of load space, which is all right. What's less all right is the old car's 340 litres of load space. But the most annoying thing about this car's boot is the way the rear lights just reduce the amount of space you've got to actually shove stuff in there. The old A45's back seats also aren't as good. This sloping roofline means that if the driver suddenly goes around a corner quickly, I'm going to smack my head off it and end up with concussion. And I can't even cheer myself up by playing with a smiley face. Look, it just doesn't work. Obviously, practicality does matter with a hot hatch, but not as much as how it makes you feel when you drive it. So here in the old A45, and it's quick. You can cover ground very, very fast in this car. But there's just something a little bit detached about it, a little bit aloof. You don't feel fully involved. Good, but not quite good enough. Jumping out of the old A45 and into this new one, it's almost like I had concussion from doing that demonstration and banging my head earlier in the review, and it's now cleared, and I've once again got full control of my senses because I can just feel so much more through this car, more through my hands through the steering wheel, more through my feet through the brake pedal, more through my bottom to the seat and to the chassis. It is just the more involving car. Then there's the engine. So it's not quite so boosty, yet it revs higher and peak torque comes in later, and that encourages you to really give it a jolly good thrashing, which I like about it. Overall, this is definitely a more fun car to drive. It can't quite deliver the same level of and giggles as the rear drive BMW M2 competition, but I just trust it so much more on a road like this where my life could very much be in danger. It just goes like an absolute beast. Now, when you're not in the mood for hooning around, it's actually all right. So this one has the adaptive dampers, press a button and it softens them up so it's nice and comfortable. My only real complaint when cruising in this car is that you get quite a lot of road noise from the tyres. Now you're probably thinking, Matt, I do not give a toss about that stuff. What I really want to know is what the car is like on track. Well, I'm actually quite close to Harama Racing Circuit, and earlier today I actually drove this car on track, and so here's a clip of me driving on circuit for some insights into what it felt like. Oh. Power, come on! Yes!
How was it, man?
Yeah, it was awesome. Where's lunch anyway? It's over there, yeah? Now I was being a little bit flippant with that last segment, but I was just trying to sum up the fact that this car, it doesn't really need any words to describe it. I remember when this old one came out, I was amazed by it, but this thing just moves the game on by quite some margin. It is an awesome hot hatch, and if you've got one of these, sell it now and get one of them. And that's all I have to say on the matter. This beautiful looking thing is a Mercedes CLA 45S, and it's basically the same as the A45, but it's a bit more grown up. It's for people who don't want a boy racery hot hatch but still want all that fun and performance. It starts from £52,000. Let's kick off this review by talking about the engine, because this is what makes the CLA 45S so special. It is the most powerful 2-litre 4-cylinder engine on sale today, 421 horsepower, 500 newton meters of torque. Look at the size of the turbocharger. That's why it produces all that power. This one has been handcrafted by a man called Pascal Duran. I wonder if he's a wild boy. That's a reference for people who grew up in the 80s, by the way. Anyway, this engine drives all 4 wheels via an 8-speed dual clutch automatic gearbox. Mercedes says this car can do 0 to 60 in 4 seconds dead, but I reckon I can do better than that. I reckon I can get it in the 3s, so I'm going to launch it. Now I've got my new specialist timing gear up here, so put the car into race mode, left foot on the brake, floor the throttle. There we go. Yeah, that's quick. We've got a time, people. We have a time. Check this out, right? Come on, come off it. I'll let you see it for yourselves. There we go. 0 to 60, 3.7 seconds. Not sure why you need the extra 4 cylinders of the C63, other than having more is good, because this car is well rapid. This AMG gets the biggest brakes fitted to any CLA. So you've got 360mm discs at front, 330 at the back, and the caliper gripping this front one has 6 pistons in it. It's huge. It looks really cool as well in this red. That's not going to make it stop any quicker. It just works well with this white paint. Now I'm going to do a brake test from 70 miles an hour. When I reach the cone, I'm going to do a full emergency stop and use my specialist timing gear to see how long it takes me to come to a complete standstill. Let's go for it. Right, here's the 70. Oh, what are we going to get? So it stopped. Oh, turn these off. Always happens. Warning lights. So it stopped from 70 miles an hour. Check this out. In 48 metres. That's your performance upgraded brakes doing their job right there. This AMG gets a load of extra body bracing to make it stiffer over the standard car. The most obvious one is this front shock tower strut brace with a lovely AMG emblem on it. Underneath the engine you've got a big metal brace as well. There's bracing going up into the windscreen pillars. There's extra diagonal bracing at the front and at the back. The track width at the front is a whole 2mm wider over the standard CLA for a bit more front end grip. But at the back, it's actually 5mm narrower, I think, to make this car a bit more playful than the standard one. The CLA 45 gets some uprated anti-roll bars at the front and the back to reduce lean in the corners. It also gets lowered, stiffened suspension. And in the UK, we get adaptive dampers as standard. So you've got 3 different modes. There's hard, harder, and harder still. When you turn the car into a corner, it automatically brakes its inside wheels slightly to get the car rotating to make it feel more responsive. This car's 4-wheel drive system mainly powers the front wheels, but when you need some extra traction at the back, it can send 50% of the engine's power to the rear wheels. However, this is the 4MATIC Plus system, and that means the 45S has a rear limited slip differential. So with that 50% of the power from the engine, it can then send 100% of it to either rear wheel, and what that allows you to do is overspeed the outer rear wheel and effectively skid the car. You can skid a front wheel drive biased 4-wheel drive car, which is pretty insane. Now to do this you need to put the car into drift mode, so you put it into race, turn the stability control all the way off, then put the gearbox into manual, pull up on both pedals, confirm that I want to drift, and then you just turn into a corner and floor the throttle. It's as simple as that, look. And it'll overspeed the outside rear wheel so you can go sideways. I mean, it's nuts doing this in what is effectively a front wheel drive car. It's a proper AMG, I tell you. They can always go sideways. Right, let's see what this car's like on a twisty road. So I've set it up in individual mode because I want engine, transmission and the exhaust into the sportiest setting, the diff into its almost sportiest setting, and the suspension in the mid setting, because when it's in the firmest one, it's just a bit too bumpy for British roads. Got manual for the gearbox as well. Here's a corner. The steering feels sharp. It actually gives quite a good bit of weight and feedback. Now the diff's funny. Normally in a front wheel drive bias car you would lift off to get the back end coming round, but the diff, the way it works is you actually apply a bit more throttle and it gets that diff to send power to the outer rear wheel. Then it really starts to come round and tighten its line. It's a bit unusual at first, but then you get used to it and start to go with it. This thing stays nice and flat and it will put a smile on your face as well. Especially that engine, which just loves to rev. This thing is bonkers, it really is, and a lot of fun. Being the proper fully fledged AMG version, the 45 rather than the lesser 35 model, which is an AMG Light, this car gets the Panamericana grille with the vertical slats. The 35 has the horizontal bar instead. Love the look of this, super aggressive. It also gets bigger front air intakes, and they're huge, aren't they? They look like they're going to hoover up the road. This is the Plus model, so it has some extra bits and pieces on it, including this gloss surround here and canards, aero canards. That word canard, it just makes me think of duck. Don't know why that is. Something to do with French at school, I think. Anyway, one thing that does annoy me about this though is, while this is a real vent, cooling that rad there, over the other side, it's just solid. Why don't they just let it be open? Down the sides, the CLA 45 sits lower to the ground than the standard car, so it has a more menacing look. That's helped by the fact you get 19-inch alloy wheels as standard. I do love the design of this wheel. It's very similar to the ones I've got on my G63. You've got your turbo 4MATIC badging there as well, some extended side skirts, and the car's body is 5mm wider here at the front than the standard car. Just looks a bit meaner, whilst also elegant. I mean, look, coupe style frameless doors. Yeah, lovely. Easy to break that glass. Here at the back, the CLA 45 has deeper, more aggressive rear bumpers to the standard car, and as you can see, look, it's got a diffuser like a racing car. I'm not sure just how well this diffuses the air, whether it actually has any benefit other than just looking pretty cool. You got your CLA 45 badging there and the AMG over the other side, and this being the Plus version, it gets this little, I say little, it's actually quite large, boot lip spoiler, though it sort of looks like the upturned brim of a jockey's hat. Can you see that? It's quite similar actually, this bumper, to on the CLA 35, but the 45 gets the quad tailpipes. Look at this, with the AMG logo on rather than the twin tailpipes like you have on the 35, and oh, oh, the lying buggers. They look great, but when you look in there, just buried in there is, I don't know, is it just one exhaust in there? Yes, it is. Faking it again, and I've noticed it as well. Faking that, what's the point of that? That's fake as well. That's a real letdown because they do look cool. Here on the inside, there's some key visual upgrades over the normal CLA. The first thing you notice is, of course, the sports steering wheel. It has a flat bottom, you've got the AMG logo on it as well. It's trimmed in soft Napa leather and grippy Alcantara. It's got these sports buttons on it here so you can quickly go through different driving modes, and then these other buttons on the other side where you can configure different stuff such as the exhaust and the suspension and the gearbox settings. Also, the paddle shifters for the gearbox have a nice metallic feel to them. The next thing you notice are the lovely sport seats. So they're really, really comfy. They're body hugging, and they have those seat base extenders. If you've got long thighs, that's really handy. Though if you eat in your car, the bits will end up in there and go mouldy. I call that bit a crumb crevice. Sounds disgusting. Anyway, moving on. You also get a person who's had this car before me has chosen to have one of the dials as a clock in a performance car. So let's change that immediately. So I can switch it to something a bit more sporty here. There we go. Let's go for the sport setting there. Yeah, this will be much better. Goodbye clock, go away. Let's have a rev counter. That is much more like it, isn't it? Here in the back, the CLA 45S is just the same as the standard car. So good knee room, poor headroom, and that weird face that keeps staring at you like, yeah. Yeah. If you need a bit more space, then you're better off going for the A45S hatchback because it's got better rear headroom. In fact, if you click on the pop-out banner up there, you can watch my full in-depth video review of that car where I compare it to the old A45. See how far the car has come on. Mercedes hasn't messed around with this car's boot either, so it's the same 460 litres, which is actually really, really huge. It's larger than that of its competitors. The only problem is that the shape is a little bit awkward. The opening on a BMW M235i Grand Coupe is a little bit more useful when you're trying to squeeze bigger items in. And that brings on to 5 annoying things about this CLA 45S. The black paint on these alloy wheels is a little bit prone to stone chipping. Look, it's already been chipped here. It'd be especially bad if you go off the track and into the gravel on a racetrack. With the A45S hatchback, you can get an aero pack which includes a huge rear wing, which looks very cool. Not here, can't have it at all. This is as big a wing as you can have. Due to its slightly larger body, the CLA 45 is 40 kilos heavier than the A45, and weight matters in performance cars. As a result, it's 0.1 of a second slower to 60 miles an hour. There are only 2 standard paint colours, yellow and white. The rest are £600. Now you might be thinking, I don't mind, this white looks really cool. Yeah, this white is actually metallic, and so this is £600. The wide design of these seats means that kids in the back are going to struggle to be able to see out forwards and where they're going, so they're more likely to get car sick. Also, when they get bored because their iPads run out of battery, they're going to be able to just jab you in the neck through these holes, and that'll really do your head in. It's not all negative though. Here's 5 good things about this car. This new CLA uses roller bearings in its turbocharger, so it spools up quicker. There's also this duct which feeds air over the engine and over the turbocharger to help keep it all cool. And the engine has a closed deck design so that it can cope with 2.1 bar of boost pressure from that big turbo without exploding. In the UK, this car gets a sports exhaust as standard, so it's got a valve in it, and at the press of a button, it'll open to make the exhaust a little bit more raucous. Also, the car doesn't have a soft limiter, so you can rev it all the way to red line when you're stationary. To act like a total hooligan. Can't do that with an Audi. The only thing is though, this new CLA doesn't sound quite as good as the old CLA 45 because of noise regs. Most fast Mercedes are electronically limited to 155 miles an hour, and if you want to make them go faster, you have to pay some extra cash. Not so with the CLA 45S. It can do 174 miles an hour as standard. Being an MG, you get specific MG performance data in the infotainment system and track pace. It can time you around certain tracks, so it's got some preloaded there, like that. Or you can import ones if they're not on the list. It also has a drag race timer, more suited to someone like me, where you can do your 0 to 60s and your standing quarters, and then telemetry if you're a real geek. These seats you get with the Plus Pack not only have a massage function, but they've actually been approved by the AGR, German Spinal Health Organisation. Sporty and comfy. But what is the CLA like as a daily driver? Well, I'm going to put it into comfort mode, slackening off the suspension, reducing the throttle response, making the gearbox a bit more chilled, everything in automatic now. It's fine. You do get a bit of tyre noise, no wind noise really. These seats, even though they hold you firmly in place when you're cornering hard, they're also supremely comfortable over longer journeys. As for the engine and gearbox combination, well, let's just check it out. So here I am, peeling along around 50 miles an hour. Yeah, minding my own business, then all of a sudden I decide that I need to overtake someone or something like that. Floor the throttle, gearbox, see that? Right on it. And now it's hauling. Woo! Do that too often though, you are going to affect the economy, so I'm averaging 26 miles per gallon. It's supposed to do a bit better than that, over 30. Though, when I haven't been hooning it, it has managed over 40 at times, which is pretty decent. You know, if you nanny this, it could be quite economical, and then when you need it to be, yes, batch crazy. I like this, I really do. The CLA 45S comes as standard with the largest infotainment screens in the car, so none of the piddly small ones you can get on some lower models down the range. You also get satellite navigation with augmented reality sat nav, so it uses a live camera feed which can beam that image onto the screen and it superimposes directions over it so you don't make a wrong turn. Really cool. You also get the ambient lighting, which has 64 different colours to choose from, so you're going to be forever fiddling with it, undecided. There's also dual zone climate control, you get front and rear parking sensors and an auto park facility and keyless entry and go. If you pay an extra £6,000, you can get the Plus Pack, and that includes LED adaptive headlights, the electric massage seats, you also get a Burmester stereo and traffic sign recognition and blind spot warning. So then, what's my final verdict on the CLA 45S? Should you avoid it? Should you consider it? Should you shortlist it? Or should you just go right ahead and buy it? Well, I actually reckon you should go right ahead and buy it. Reason being, you basically got an A45S, which is a brilliant car, though it's in a cooler looking saloon body. Yeah, it's a lot cheaper than a C63. It's sort of a no-brainer. Though personally, I'd still have the hatchback because boy racer.
스파이더 걸. 잡았다. 스파이더 걸. 잡았다. 이것이 다리우스?
호라이즌 아케이드가 곧 시작됩니다. 행운을 빕니다.
와이 제발 바텀아 바텀 이겨야 돼. 가버려. 아, 너 뭐 안 쓰냐? 뭐 알아서 주네. 아 그래 자멸을 선택한 거야 너?
くなりたいそれより自分の弱さになりたくない最前線へかっ飛ばして勝利目指し放つこのエナジー最高潮で生きがってかつての自分を超えて有機線有眼を取っ払ってどんな夢もリアルにするんだ当てて取ってみせるってそうさ僕ら違いあなたから Go straight
눈곱이 귀여워요. 감사합니다. 예. 오 깜짝아. 잠깐 내 말일 줄은 몰랐어요. 있다는 점. 마이
Say それより自分の弱さに負けたくない最前線へかっ飛ばして勝利目指し放つこのエナジー最高潮で生きがってかつての自分を超えてゆけ先入観を取っ払ってどんな夢もリアルにするんだ当てて取ってみせるってそうさ僕ら誓い合ったから夢とないこの焦燥感くすぶったままの拙い炎を何者かになりたくていくわでもなくただ駆け出した超絶な怪しいより諦め悪い挑戦者がちょっと無駄なプライド投げ打って燃える勇気伝播させようか叶わないはずはない誰より強くなりたいそれより自分の弱さに負けたくない最前線へかっ飛ばして勝利目指し放つこのエナジー最高潮で生きがってかつての自分を超えてゆけ先入観を取っ払ってどんな夢もリアルにするんだ当てて取ってみせるってそうさ僕ら誓い合ったから Go straight
안녕하세요. 푸푸푸푸입니다. 오늘은 이번에 시리즈 30일 업데이트로 인해서 새로운 신차가 나왔죠. 있으면은 끼리 구매할 수 있습니다. 자, 외
방송을 안 하니까 리액션 대신에 인장질을 하게 되네.
絶なしより諦め悪い挑戦者がちょっと無駄なプライド投げ打って燃える勇気伝播させようか
씨 전혀 도박이야 도박증이야. 원래 도박 좋아합니다. 안녕하세요 이시타르님. 도박이란요. 경찰아씨 여기에요. 왜요? 점수 갖다 노는 거야. 돈 거는 건 아닙니다. 요번에 그 뭐지? 블락하이브랑 컬러브 해가지고 뭐 이벤트가 있다는데 저도 잠깐 맛만 봐가지고 자 이렇게 또 두 번째 건데 동풍전을 하면은 이런 식으로 돌아가면서 동서남북이 바뀌어요. 그래서 높은 순에서 낮은 순으로 나열이 된대요. 맞아 어떻게 하는지 하나도 모르겠던디 어려워 보여요. 우선 기본적으로 뭐냐면 연달아 3개씩 묶음이 있고 그 다음에 똑같은 거 2개가 있으면 알 수가 있어요. 기본 룰은 그렇고요. 그 다음에 이제 칩봉이라고 해가지고 뒤에 이게 튜토리얼 쪽에서 좀 나오긴 하는데 그래서 동 2곡이랑 현재 2곡이랑 일단 지금 두 번째 판이라고 하는 거고 그 다음에 69개의 패가 남아있는 표시가 남아있다. 이 앞으로 남아있는 패 개수거든요. 센터에 있는 게. 그래서 몇 개가 남았는지 보여준다. 일반 고스톱 같은 건가요? 네, 약간 포커 느낌이랑 고스톱이랑 약간 섞어놓은 그런 게임입니다. 그래서 저는 그냥 도둑 찾기나 해야 될 것 같아요. 롤이 어렵건만. 아니 근데 좀 보면 어렵진 않아요. 제가 하는 거 보면 별로 안 어려울걸요? 그냥 짝 맞추기식으로 조금 모은 다음에 엄청 많이 턴이 돌아가요. 그러고 하면 이제 중간중간에 필요한 거 있으면 상대 거 갖고 와서 내 거 채울 수도 있고 해서 뭐 옆에 종류 관련돼서 설명을 주는 거고 작품패 같은 경우는 내 왼쪽 밑에 있는 그 동서남북 중에 왼쪽에 있는 게 작품이 돼요. 그러니까 만약에 지금 서쪽에 있는 거 서쪽에 있는 게 작품이 되고 만약에 동이나 남이 되면 그게 작품이 돼요. 내 3원패 같은 경우는 위에 있고 이런 식으로 도이치 같은 경우 아까 같이 그 2장 봉. 그다음에 이걸 버리는 게 맞겠지? 네, 멀티요. 대전식 게임. 친선전도 있고요. 네, 맞아요. 이거를 버릴까 말까. 개하윈하. 우리 선생님 오셨다. 여기 챌린저 티아가 다짜로 부르나요? 아니요, 이거 뭐 있었는데. 잠깐 뭔가 잘못한 것 같은데. 뭐냐? 나 방금 봤어. 뭘요? 올라치 때려. 저 세쿠시한 언니의 선정적인 모습을 보여주면서 밑장빼기 하는 거 봤어. 아니 뭐 밑장빼기예요 이게. 몰라. 에라이. 내 눈은 속일 수 없다. 점심에 느끼한 거 먹었더니 잠깐만요. 좀 콜라 좀 마실게요.
너무 많은 것 같은데요, 선생님?
괜찮습니다. 형님 너무 많은데요? 와이 뒤졌다. 여기 오는 새끼들 그냥 당장 나가. 저도 오늘 미로미님 처음 봐요. 자, 보여드리겠습니다. 쉽다니까? 다음 누구야? 누워있네. 피곤하신가? 피곤하면 지금 새벽이긴 하잖아. 가시게. 뽀뽀뽀. 아유 씨. 아, 저 BRDM 터트려야 되는데 어떡하냐. 담배 가져와, 담배 가져와. 크리스탈 담배. 호마이. 랜덤 딜 은근 재밌던데. 스쿼드 하면 안 돼. 스쿼드 하면 나 혼자 가끔 걸리잖아. 나머지 3명이서 야, 저 새끼 석고 TV 한번 들어가 볼까? 이러면서 막 쳐다. 아니 그럼 수다를 떨 거면 마이크를 끄고 얘기해야지. 다 들리게끔 얘기해. 길막. 악이 아닙니다. 아 근데 이 맵은 빨리 죽는데. 그리고 치킨 먹어도 막 그렇게 맛있지가 않아. 후라이드, BBQ 후라이드를 먹고 싶은데 물론 비하하는 거 아닙니다. 우리 구운 치킨 먹는 느낌이라고. 바삭바삭한 크리스피한 이런 걸 먹고 싶지만 다이어트 중이라서 먹는 어쩔 수 없는 치킨 이런 느낌.
바로 떨어지나요?
한번 떨어져 봅시다.
너무 많은 것 같은데요, 선생님.
이건 너무 많은데요?
그러니까요. 도망갈래요?
우리 사랑의 도피 한번 합시다.
상당한 실력자군요.
감사합니다.
바깥에서 죽는다.
나이스. 상당한 실력자시군요.
별거 아니에요.
사실 저도 별거 아니었어요. 원래 이런 거 무지성으로 들어가는 거.
핑 집안에 아직 있는 것 같아요.
파르카.
밖에 나갔다. 다시 들어갔다. 와우.
갑시다.
저쪽에 둘.
도적이 있으면 큰일 나는 거야. 나 라스트 둘. 자이상 밖에 나가.
저기 둘이 끝이네요. 한 대. 이 돌.
오케이. 어차피 쟤네들 와야 됩니다. 라스트 하나. 맞네요. 벙커 쪽에. 나이스! 고생하셨습니다.
그렇습니다.
예. 마지막 치킨 먹고 가버리네.